I seem so, like, huge? Is that normally what happens? Oh, good evening, everybody. Sorry for the late start. For those that don't know, I was on a beautiful TV stream and Acid Matters stream around like, it was around like 11 today, which means I got about 4 hours of sleep. And what I should have done, what a reasonable person would have done, once they were completed with that stream, they would have probably took a nap, right? I'm like, oh, ah, mm-mm. I'll go. We're gonna put some clothes together to donate. All right, we'll work on that. Want to work on the basement some more? All right, let's do that. Work on dinner? Yep, let's do that. Oh, I got some work to do. Some like legal work. All right, let's go and do that. Suddenly, wake up, fucking, what you call it? God, I'm still so out of it. Paperclip just like falling off my cheek all of a sudden when I'm like, huh? And I'm like, oh, it's 11. Shit. Oh God, let me tell you, falling asleep at your desk is not what you. That's not where you want to be. It's not where you want to be. So just take the nap, guys. If you don't have the sleep, take the damn nap. That'll help prevent issues like this. Thank you for patiently waiting. So we are at our. There was the recess, right? Yeah. Hey guys, Zara, Beth, JB, Nerd, Possum, Lynch, Ringworld Engineer, Ryzen, Ran, Roy, Chancellor, Soki Archive, Vanessa, Nathan, Dog. Aya. Aya. Right. Aya. It's one of those two, right? I'm not like way off base here, am I? Keith. How's everybody doing? Rather Azure, hello. Did I? I don't think I gave. So that's for the start of stream. Then 175 for 20 likes right away, which thank you very much, guys. Much appreciated. It is the commando, JB. That's good perception. Problem is, it's not nearly as good as the commando, unfortunately. Its bullet velocity is terrible. Oh. Yeah, again. So still be a normal length stream, so don't worry about that. Let's do this. Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Let me make sure the levels are good here. Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham Forger, basically. I think this is kind of low. Hold on. That seems a little better. Huh? Well then who was he? Who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries? Damn it. Yes, for father. Oh, nope, don't want to show you my badge. Or do I? I know, it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? Well, somebody would pay me, and then they would tell me what forgery they'd want, and then I would copy it. What do you mean? Yo, what's up, Lugia? Hello to Lugia, Sarah, Zazzle Flash. Who was there? There was one more, wasn't there? Other PS4 man. Thank you to Lugia. Oh, wait, did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Thank you to Lugia Master Brony for the raid. There is his YouTube link. Make sure to go check him out. Lugia does a bunch of different stuff on his channel. Live streams. He reads creepypastas. There's a musical element to it. There's a lot of shit going on. So make sure to go check him out. Come some love for throwing the raid our way. I would greatly appreciate it. What were you doing tonight, Lugia? Got a mess. There we go. It's a little better. It's a little tightened. I feel like it's too high. Why do I need a haircut? My lining is losing its structural integrity. Oh, you're playing Danganronpa tonight. Nice. How far are you? What is Ponytown? Welcome back. Also, hello to, I think I missed somebody else earlier. Yang? Yeah, Yang was here, or is here. I'm not sure if am I pronouncing your name right? Yang? Is it like Jong? Remember guys, if I'm ever butcher your name, tell me, because I don't want to butcher one's name. COD was fun, Sarah. It was a good time. You and Acid are both very fun guys. Just started chapter 2. Oof. Oof. Started chapter 2. Oh no. Hello to... Is it Night of Gedmir? Thank you for watching the VODs and welcome to the stream. Build a legit town and play with friends with your own original character and other characters. Choose to make them. Hey, Trev, what's up? That's fair, Ryzen. I see. Well, that sounds fun. But you were playing Danganronpa tonight. That's not what you were doing tonight. But sometimes you do that as well. Gotcha. All right.
Could you tell us how it happened?
Oh my God, she's actually talking more.
My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. Ability to forge.
Like what?
Saw that I had the talent.
The talent for making forgeries?
What should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Materials I could
Anything?
Father was so proud and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those.
Forgeries.
Never had a good constitution or personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is...
You know about this red envelope?
Remember that envelope? It was some time ago.
So you were already creating your works back then. That's the tactful way of saying it to your client. Your works. It's not exactly correct because they're the works of somebody else. You're just replicating them, but
I started when I was only 12 years old.
so the one who figures out the stamp was so the one who figured out the stamp was poison. That was Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time.
Hey, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio.
I painted those as part of my work.
Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings.
I see. Mr. Justice,
Yes?
Father, he knew of you, of both of you.
That's not creepy. Your late father?
He was watching, waiting, commiserating, gathering information. All about the writing guild offices.
But lately, we're not doing just law.
Oh God. That's what you're focused on, Trucy?
Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse and play piano.
Well, they're not really gags.
Yet when Father heard you had resumed the illegal business, how pleased he was.
It was Mr. Measham.
How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Speaking of which, things are already confusing enough with all these, daddies running around. Too many daddies running around, guys. What the fuck? We really need less daddies in the world. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Daddy King confirmed. All right, later, Zazzle. Thank you for coming in on the raid. Yo, what's up, Peter? Dream Daddy. Oh, what's up, Tomek? Zara, are you telling me you couldn't draw that smiley face in 2 strokes? Just seems like anything a professional artist could do. I'm no professional artist, but I'm just assuming. Hey, Backsack. Name every law. Yeah, can't do that. Oh, but your wink face leads me to believe that you know that is quite unlikely. I wonder if I could even name every type of law I took classes in. I guarantee you I'd forget something. There's at least one class that you're not ever going to remember that you took. You're gonna go and you're gonna look at your notes and you're gonna be like, okay, I took this class, but I don't remember anything about it. Or is that weird? Like, Twain, you have some memory issues. Obo Phoenix is S tier. But I'm already awaiting the disappointment that will come when he gets his office back and reverts to being high B tier Phoenix. And suddenly losing all of that competence he gained. That's for 26 likes. Making forgeries illegal? No, you can copy a work. You could you can just do it for yourself, right? For your own pleasure, to work on your own like artistic skill. Selling forgeries though, that's the problem. But do you even call them forgery? Like, let's say I have the Mona Lisa. Okay, that would cause a lot of problems in and of itself, but let's just say I legally had in my possession the Mona Lisa. And I put it here, and I put a blank canvas here, and I attempted to draw it myself. Just having that, at least in the US, I don't know, maybe in Europe, I know Europe has some of their IP laws are a little more hardcore than in the US. But if I just try painting it and I'm like, oh, my shitty version of the Mona Lisa, and then I deliver back the original Mona Lisa to the Louvre, and I just hang mine up in my bedroom or something, that's perfectly fine. Like, you're not doing anything wrong by, replicating that. Also, hey, thank you to Keith for the $4.99. Yo, Twain, looking forward to seeing you rep Apollo Justice up. Is Dual Destinies next? No. Investigations 1 and 2 are probably next, and then Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. And then, hopefully by that time, we'll have gotten the rumored localizations of the Great Ace Attorney out on like PC or Switch or something, and then I can play those by then. And then hopefully by then, the also rumored Game 7 will be released. So I hope that that excites you guys. A lot of Phoenix Wright still to be played. Less daddies means less mom. Yeah, that is true. That is very true, Peter. Generally, it does take 2 in order to procreate. But then it comes, you know, along the lines of, well, are you really a daddy if you contribute to a child and then are never in their lives? Legally, yes. Legally, still, yes. But are you really? Just donating your sperm to the creation of a child. It's not enough to create a daddy. It needs to be more than that. You gotta contribute to that child's life. Hi, Naomi Mitchell for the sub. Thank you for the sub on YouTube. There's at least one law. The number of laws is greater than 0. I can tell you that. Oh, did somebody spoil something? I see Pump's shotgun. Jesus Christ. Once I see Dog drop the command, I know to just start scrolling over for a bit. Yeah, as long as you're not trying to pretend like it's the original. Yo, what's up, Taylor? How's it going? Oh, really? The demo of Investigations is how you discovered Phoenix Wright? That's interesting. So I don't know if somebody answered this, but yeah, it's fan translated. Investigations 2 is fan translated, so that's what we'll be doing. We'll be using the fan translation, as long as I can figure out how to do it. Will I play Danganronpa V3 right after AJ? No, I will be playing Ultra Despair Girls right after Apollo Justice. Then we'll take our little... March is going to be our break that I normally have, about a month break, because we're doing something special on the channel for March that I'm making a video about. It's not going to be Phoenix Wright related, though. And then... start of April, we start Investigations. Then after Investigations 1, then we'll play V3. Then we'll go to Investigations 2. And at that point, unless there are like complete Danganronpa fan games to play, then we'll just be doing Phoenix Wrights in a row, right? Yeah, Trep had it right. Who's less sympathetic? I don't know who's less sympathetic, but I will tell you that Eenie Meenie was way better as of a character than Acro was. Because both of what they did was very premeditated and like they thought about what they were doing for a long time. Yeah, the one game I don't really have on the schedule is the crossover, just because I have no interest in Professor Layton right now. If that changes, then we'll play the crossover, but... How much law does one need to own? Own law? I can tell you that I own no law. Hey, Grizzly Bear. Right, Keith. That's the task speedrunning. That's a good analogy. It's a bit of a doozy. I hope it is. I'm like willing to play it right away. Normally I would have a break between each Danganronpa and Phoenix Wright game, but just so I'm not going back to back to back to back with visual novels, because that'll burn me the hell out. But I hear Ultra Despair Girls is very different, so yeah. $9.99? No. What is that? I've never heard of that before. Yo, what's up, Adamski? Well, yeah, I wouldn't be able to play those then unless they were able to be translated into English. Yeah, somebody already asked me about Contempt of Court. So I knew there was some Phoenix Wright games that were available to be played. And then there's also once I'm done with everything, I can finally try my hand at Ace Attorney Online. I just don't want to go in there and have anything spoiled with everyone else that's already played all the games. Danganronpa Another and Super Danganronpa Another 2. What a name. Basically, Phoenix Wright meets Saw. Ugh. Okay, that's terrifying. Yo, what's up, Final? Ace Attorney Online's a scary place. That's the bad place. We don't go there. That's actually really funny. They just fucking roast each other the whole time. I mean, yeah, if Ace Attorney Online sucks, then, you know, whatever. But I feel like I should give it a try. Lawyers deal with judges that are abusive in power. I mean, that's generally something you're not going to solve in one trial. In the US, it is very difficult to get a judge removed for something like that, because judges are given some amount of protection in like their decision making, right? Because otherwise, why would anyone want to be a judge if all they're just gonna do is be accused by anyone who loses that they're abusing their power? Unless you mean, of course, in just the legal sense, like they overstepped their bounds, their boundaries. Well, then you appeal, and as a part of your appeal, you would state that the judge made decisions that were not within their scope of power of that case. And then the higher court would make a decision as to whether there was an abuse of power. Well, I'm sure some people around here will help me figure out which good servers to go to, unless you guys just want to troll me. Oh, good lord. Isn't that just Saw? Doesn't sound like Phoenix Wright at all. Chan with Ace Attorney. Oh, God. How does one create a server there? Is it possible for us to just create our own? Peter, yeah, right? Power supply died out. So you can do it. Yeah, I mean, that would be something I could probably look into. It'd be interesting. Then, like, Sarah, for example, sounds like she would be interested in participating. People that have not participated before might then be more inclined to participate themselves as well. I'd say we have a little growing community here, so that could be kind of fun. Yo, Nick, what's up? Ha! Funny you bring that up, Ventus. I was just looking at my tabs that I had open, and I opened it, but apparently paused the video for... I don't even remember what happened. Something must have happened because I paused it, and then I must have, like, something about, like, I must have gotten a call or something and then forgot to resume it. But it's there. I just have to press play, which I'll probably do tonight. So, people have asked me about streaming the anime. I can't really do that for obvious reasons. I've tinkered with the idea of just doing a reaction video. I've also tinkered with the idea of streaming it on Discord and then having like a viewing party. But still something I'm considering. So we'll do something, because I feel like I have to acknowledge my reaction to the story, given that, you know, I've done everything else. It'd be kind of weird to not have input for that. I've seen season 1 of the Ace Attorney anime. I just didn't get back to it after that. Like, after Trials and Tribulations. Just didn't. I've watched no. Possum will tell you I've watched like no anime since then because I just have not had the time. The only thing I've been watching since then are streaming The Office as much as I could on Netflix before it left Netflix, and it went to Peacock. And people were like, "Well, just watch it on Peacock. It's free." Well, only the first 2 seasons are free. So, and there are commercials. Fuck that. I'll just be sad. And since then, just playing episodes of Star Trek in the background as I work. It's good working noise. Court is now back in session. Yura seems pretty tense. Yeah, no shit. She's just exposed as a fucking forger. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Mission Forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
What's hard? That's what she said. It's actually not what she said, but there was some innuendo there, right? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Very well done, Clavier. 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 It's clavier, right? Is like the correct pronunciation. I've been saying it wrong this whole time. All right. It's allergy containment time. I'm starting to feel my nose tingle. So like, hey, remember you have a dog? Hey, remember how you have a dog and you remember that you're allergic to it? So yeah, you better take care of business there. We're gonna be evacuating a bunch of snot and tears and other types of compounds from your body. We're gonna make you itch. We're gonna make it hard to breathe. That sounds fun, right? I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just trying to be funny. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. She looks so mopey right now. I think she's just tired. She had a big day. Normally I would have taken these before stream, but having fell asleep bedtime, could not. Yo, what's up, Uprising? I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, no. Is there like a particular like YouTuber or something I can watch that you would recommend? Clavier, like that? It is German for piano, definitely. I did find that information. Yes, drug responsibly. Gonna play some basketball. Going to the park. Oh god, there's nothing worse than playing on a wet surface. I remember doing that all the time, of course, when I was younger, but I always hated it. God, it's gonna be cold, isn't it? Which, yeah, I think mine's closest to yours, Rand. Clavier. No, I did say clavier. I thought the R would be silent, but... Alright, we'll just go with clavier.
Clavier. Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So, she was the one who made the forgeries.
Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation, so the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her.
I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this.
The red envelope!
You have seen this before, yeah?
Yes. It's in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. I feel like my judge voice is a little deeper than usual tonight. Maybe because I started with the Bayless voice, which is kind of similar.
Created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it.
Wow, she sketched that fast.
I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
On AD. Yo, what's up, Jake? And Lily. We just got back into the courtroom, so you haven't really missed that much. Yep, that's how it works. You're just running the Android software through the BlueStacks app on your PC. You can play any Android game. Still have to pay for them, which is good because it's not piratey, you know. But yeah, it's been noticed that this remake or remaster or whatever does look better than like the original HD remasters, the HD trilogy. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witness realizes it.
Very well. Please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Measham. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal. What she was doing.
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery.
True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
All right.
Yeah, Apollo. That's not what we're talking about here. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point?
Yes, but Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than painting.
For instance?
For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup, or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter.
None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start, the beginning of a new industry for Drew Measham. A new industry? The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used?
I enjoy painting very much.
I think I understand. The Fräulein has lived in an unusual little world.
Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope?
Father signed them and sent them back, I believe.
Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. This is a rather important matter. Give your answers some thought. Oh, she's guilty of something. Forging fingerprints is amazing. Oh God, what happened, Jake? Sorry to everyone that had to deal with that ad. Reads Shadow Legends. She is the ultimate artist. Father of the year, make your 12-year-old daughter be involved in forgery business. Yeah, not only are you kind of really fucking garbage, but then you make your child do the garbage. Your minor child do the same garbage things. Like,
I just like painting.
like, more innocent could it be than that?
Like, I just like painting. Daddy asked me to paint, so I painted.
Like, ugh. A certain lawyer 2021. Like, wow, that's not weird for you to say at all. Who's my favorite character in Apollo Justice right now? Oddly enough, it's Hobo Phoenix, after never having been my favorite character in the first 3 games. I can do it for April Fools. We'll see we'll see how the channel get ratioed then. What do you mean you received it?
Did I do something wrong?
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. A triquinine. A moment, Herr Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness? That would be leading them. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp? See, in Clever's situation there, you might not see that follow-up. It would probably be on Apollo to, probably, almost certainly, on Apollo to simply rephrase his question. He's like being overly helpful right now. I love Hobo Phoenix for his, like, aloof, I don't give a shit about anything that's going on around me look, where he's just like, oh, yeah, I guess, whatever. Hey, Lime, should an IRL lawyer care about their client's public reputation if it's not specifically asked for? That, if it's not something that's going to hurt your client's case, then that's something you're probably going to discuss your client about, with your client about. You're only going to do something like that otherwise, unless, yes, it would be necessary. Leave that for other circumstances. But yeah, those are the types of things that you should, it might seem like it's really obvious, but those are always things you should discuss with your client about. Because you might need to come up with something on the fly. because something might develop that you're not anticipating, and so you need to have a good idea of like how much exactly of what we can, are you gonna be okay with me talking about? Because there could be something in there that does incriminate you for something else, which then could be used which could then be used in another criminal trial. Is something wrong? In fact, when this situation's a little different, but just like a similar situation where we were concerned about the implications of what could happen in criminal court. If I were ever not defending, because it's not criminal court, but representing a parent who had been accused of neglect in some way, their child, and they entered into an agreement for a dispositional order to be entered wherein they agree to work with social services to meet certain conditions so that the government no longer has to be involved in their life. You would generally still enter a plea, because this is like this weird pseudo criminal court system. But you wouldn't plead guilty. You'd plead you'd admit or deny no contest. You would almost never want to enter an admission because there was a chance that could come back and hurt you in criminal court if there was like concurrent proceedings happening, or there was something like immigration issues that could land your client in hot water. So it was, most of the time people would be entering no contest because the judge would take it as an admission, but for technically speaking, all you're saying is, I'm not admitting to it, but if we went to trial, I would probably lose. And that's a pretty noticeable and significant distinction. An ethical issue? I mean, I guess I don't see it as much of an ethical issue. As long as you're doing what you think is in your client's best interest. Because that's really the ethics right there. Yeah, but in those cases, he's generally done it to prevent the bigger crime from being pinned on them. So that could be seen as, well, you're doing your best for your client. But again, that's something I would have always talked to my client about the course of action before making that decision, because Apollo sometimes did it like on the fly, and that I would not do. He has had a rough go. All right, Lucas.
It was beautiful.
You mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Yes, I think it was
So you didn't know about the poison? I guess not.
So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp.
Quite the close call.
It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
I've read that already. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes, we saw very few people there. Began drawing picture books.
This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Measham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. That's generally what criminals would do.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist, Drew Measham. You did the work, and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it?
It's very pretty, and more than that,
Yes?
it was a picture of people I liked at the time.
This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. You would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fräulein?
The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it.
Magicians?
I love mysterious things, I always have.
Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky.
Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much.
See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited.
The magic troupe was disbanded soon after. I was quite sad.
That face, by the way, is horrifying. I honestly didn't realize until like 5 minutes ago that she was drawing a cry face. I was like, what is, like, is this supposed to be like a person or something? And then this is the night sky and then sandy background. I had no idea. This is a horrifying face. I would faint after seeing Mr. Hat, to be fair, because that thing is horrifying, and the way it comes out, like, ugh. We've actually done a viewing of the room for our salutatorians and higher. We watched The Room, and then we watched Disaster Artist. That movie's so good. Such a great retelling of how a horrible movie was created. I always thought that was a flower in a vase. What? Yeah, I I am not here to yuck your yum. I have never heard that before. That is... That... I'm gonna throw it in casual conversation. People are gonna look at me like, what the fuck did you say? There's something about it I love. I believe Lugia is. Hey. As long as you... Once you become of the age of the legal majority, it ain't nothing but a number. If 23-year-old Apollo in the next game, if it's in a year, is able to land, what will she be? 35-ish year old Adrian Andrews? Whatever. Grok in a... I just want people to do a double take. I don't want them to be utterly befuddled. It's not surprising that her bangs are uneven given that she, you know, is a shut-in.
I was quite sad.
Did she just say what I think she said? Magic Troop? Now, where have I heard that before?
Oh, I wonder, could it be that Trucy's uncle is a super famous magician and her father was a part of a magician duo with him?
Could be that. The red envelope came after she'd completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client. Whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo! We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Meesham's life. I'm trying to pronounce the word envelope as I believe like the voice of that person would do, but I'm finding that I'm doing it inconsistently, and it's starting to bother me. It's like Trucy says envelope, Apollo says envelope, Vera says envelope, the judge says envelope. Claver says envelope. These are the little things that you consider when you're giving people personalities, and they're like through the voices. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other painting? Oh wait. Oh, we restarted already? That was it? Yeah, okay. Alright, so I'm finding out... I don't think is there a contradiction in what she's saying? Or are we just pointing something out? As in... What are you objecting to? I don't like when the games do this, where it's like, sure, it actually makes sense to not always find a fucking contradiction in what your own client is testifying to, but like, I wish the game would change it up a little bit to realize when it's not actually objecting to something. You're not objecting to anything she's saying. You're supplementing it. Like, you could just say, hold it. Those magicians you like, was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why not include a commemorative stamp like that? Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat true gramarye. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Gramarye. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask what? No, answer the question, now. Aw, he went at her, Jesus. Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yeah, God forbid I badger a witness. The prosecution does, and it's like, oh my, I just didn't expect it.
Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know, please, Miss Measham. Tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book? Please be more specific.
It was a handwritten book. Like a diary.
No, I don't know. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Miss Measham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know?
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. Thank you! Thank you! Jesus! Put it on them for once. Mr. Gavin's HP has gone down. He is losing HP. He's also losing hydration at an alarming rate. Somebody should give him some hydration. It is twins with condescension. It has to, otherwise I don't think he's at all an adversary, and he wouldn't be an interesting adversary at all. Some people already don't find him interesting enough. You might have seen John Cena for the... That's the first time I saw John Cena!
He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing.
Sullied who? To the what now?
Phoenix Wright, who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge?
It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know?
Well, he did tell us it was forged evidence. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat.
What?
Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence.
Is this girl standing right in front of me?
Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in the trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Measham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was. What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes, what? Is this something about me?
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary.
Who was it? Vera! Would she ingest a cyanide pill or something?
The devil.
El Diablo. What the fuck just happened? Defendant Vera Misham, condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis, acute atrichonine poisoning. What? I was just kidding about the cyanide thing, Jesus Christ. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance. Until it finally began to show its true colors. Are you telling me it hadn't shown its true colors by now? She was fucking poisoned! The long road to the truth that takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go. Oh, look at Trucy! She's so adorable! To find the whole truth. Fatality. Well, not quite. Just more of a KO. That's not a proper place for a nap. It is super cartoony, that reaction, and I love it. It's like kind of out of place, like how cartoony it is, which is odd in a animated, visual novel, but weren't we already in episode 4? Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice.
Who was the first?
The man I killed, of course. Well, seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes, only over a game of cards. Wait, who is that? I don't know who's talking and saying what. That was how we first met 7 years ago. That's, the Elder Grammary, right? Woo, okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Okay, Phoenix. Sure, buddy. Whatever you say, man. Yeah, I did notice that they went back to the classic music, which is a nice touch. $351? Wouldn't this be 352? Isn't the other one 351? Or 351.5? Alright, real quick, guys. I'm gonna see if I have an ice in the fridge, because I could really go for an ice right now. This water just isn't hitting me with the flavor I need. Oh, it's case. I'm thinking that it's like the other games where there are 5 cases. Yes. Would it be 3, 4.5? Interesting. All right, be right back. Apparently, you also need something. God damn it, it's fucking snowing again. I hate snow. Well, just don't live in a place where it snows, Forehead. Well, maybe you're right. I can deal with cold weather. I hate snow. Yo, what's up, Light? How's it going, dude? Oh, this is really stream 10 of the Ace Attorney game? Well, it's this white powdery substance that brings some people great joy. Tell me more. Can I sniff it and get like a lot of energy all of a sudden? Yeah, I mean, I'm Wisconsin, so it's I've always assumed we have a similar similar climate to a lot of Canada. With anime speed lines, that'd be pretty awesome, but man, would that turn a lot of people off. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna have to let my dog back in when she's done going to the bathroom, but she'll be a few minutes, so got to try and relax. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigmar. Something off-putting about that name. He's like an enigma, right? That's the thing. This is what's his fuck, right? Or is this a different person entirely? See, I don't like Florida hot weather, for example, where it's really muggy and humid. The hot weather out west is fantastic by comparison. The dry heat. Done already? Okay, so this is a different guy, right? So I have to give him a new voice. Does take a real man to wear pink, I agree. It's like a pinkish red. His bow tie is red. I think it's a little lighter than a magenta. Something deep and booming. Kronk? I don't know what that would sound like. Oh god, is this the new dress? Well, you see, if you're coming in from the daylight, this will look red. But if you've been in the dark, or if you've been in like dimly lit rooms for an hour or so, then it's gonna look pink. Latino voice? I can't do a Latino voice. I'm no good at it. I could try something. I mean, it looks like he'd have a deep-ish voice. Let's see. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared.
I understand I'm asking the impossible of you.
Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough.
Actually, it wasn't. Trust me.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all.
That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks, my first show's today after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
What's this?
I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you or some such?
Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later.
Well, how do you feel about the trial today?
We'll get through it somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy here.
An easy win then, yes?
They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there is one of those every year.
The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry.
For some defendants ever giving me a pep speech, I'll do what I can.
I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict.
Impossible?
Yes, isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
that sounded weird. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can for their sake.
I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright.
Have you met any lawyers that remind me of Winston Payne? Kind of, but he was more like competent Payne, like pre-Mia dunking Payne. I haven't really met anybody that was I would compare to post Mia dunking Payne. My client is Shady Nigbar, known to the world as Zach Gramarye, a wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnif Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. Oh, good lord. Yeah, so it does actually like lend itself well to what Phoenix's reputation should be at this point. The problem is that it's just a stupid statement. Nothing's ever easy. Well, okay, it's not exactly true, but you shouldn't assume anything's going to be easy. Always prepare for things to not be easy, nor should there be an expectation. There's always something that could go wrong. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? The governor's concerts got 10 times the thrill this kid's got. Who were you again? Claver, Gavin. I came to get the party started legally, yeah? Gavin, defense attorney Christoph Gavins. Figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Claver Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. Okay, fucking Joseph Joestar. Oh my god. And now you're going to say, you're out of your league, rock boy. Oh, you're out of your league, rock boy. What? I'm also kind of thirsty for Detective Emma. Her cynicism reminds me of my wife. It's honestly kind of a turn on, and I don't know what that says about me. I feel like this game has no common sense. So, I mean, I feel like all the games at some point have that issue. Unfortunately, at times when you're trying to make too much sense, you end up making no sense. If that makes any sense. Like the game's trying really hard to like get this ridiculous painting drawn out in front of you. But then they just kind of like, here it is, and it's only like partially completed, and you're like, isn't it missing something? I mean, I already like what I'm seeing from Phoenix. He's actually got some confidence for once. I'm sure, unfortunately, that happens quite often, Shake. No spoilers. Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be, at least. If I had known this was going to be a Phoenix night, I would have worn my... The Phoenix... Well, the thing that's closest that I have to Phoenix's suit. Oh, I think his short hair looks way better than his long hair. I'd agree with that. Hey, Rocket Pop. I was just thrown for a loop. I'm very interested in seeing where this goes from here. I didn't expect to actually go through this trial. I did see that. Yeah, that's that's pretty sick. I would love to DM a campaign where it's like we're talking about predominantly like a predominantly professional world. Blind is still considered bad on Twitch. It's not a tag you can use. The adventurers are claim insurance investigators? Ha! Ha ha ha! Oh man, some of the like, it's funny. I never thought about D&D as like having that sort of potential to it until I started playing a basic Pathfinder campaign of my own. Like, not basic, but more stereotypical. And then I hear about all these other things that people did, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, that sounds amazing.
True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah?
Talkative, aren't you? I like your effective Euro rock accent, by the way.
I'm just getting warmed up, if that's honey right.
So is he supposed to have one of those, like, he speaks English and he's trying really hard to sound like it's natural, but it doesn't sound natural accents? Like those Family Guy brothers? Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Now, how is this pronounced? I had never actually heard this word before. Before I streamed it. Actung?
Actung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it!
Let's go!
And you are? You just said who...
Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe.
Congratulations.
I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct.
Detective Gumshoe, long time no see.
Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see?
What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Hey, detective, this is my stage, Can the Antics.
Huh?
All this hey-youing and such, and I could care less about your history together.
Ah, so you're saying you could possibly care less than you do right now. Huh, interesting. That seems like an odd comment to make. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand.
Happened 6 days back, in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. That's a very clean shot to the head.
No blood anywhere? We sure this person wasn't dead already?
Them's the facts.
Want to become famous? Blah, 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 blah.
Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifi Grammar, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magic spell, as it were.
Oh yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Grammary has made quite a name for themselves.
Anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignorant tutor or something? Doing something to his liver, I think.
A malignant tumor, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to go knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him?
I may have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die?
Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes.
Diabetes?
In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. Oh God, why is he... When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it seems bad to simply port over advanced sprites to DS, like a DS setting. Like, the lighting on Gumshoe just looks bad. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir.
What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court?
Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason?
The devil is in the details, here, attorney.
I'm gonna say her forehead. Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night, for a half hour, starting at 11.
The victim, Magnifique Grammary, was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture off to the side of the bed. At 11 o'clock, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back to empty the bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? Could have at least mentioned it to me. Well, that's assuming he's the guy that actually killed him. Yeah, how's the start of your week been, Light? Why is Dumbledore anime and dead? Which I didn't think was really noticeable in the HD trilogy. It, like, the Rise from the Ashes looked pretty much the same as all the other cases. That makes sense that it looked weird, though, on the DS. Oh, are they different artists? Well, that would explain some of it. Are people allowed to wear sunglasses? No, they would be told to take their sunglasses off. Right, have a good night. Have a good night, Aya. Still don't know if it's A or Aya. But anyways, have a good night. It is the perfect hole. Cause it's a game! Yep. A wax statue. They are not, Mike. They are not. Good question, though. I mean, if they're blind, it doesn't really matter. Oh, actually, that's a good question. I don't know. I've never had a case of a blind person. I don't know if they'd make them remove their sunglasses. Because in theory, a blind person could still make, like, eye movements that might tell you something, right? In theory, at least. Maybe not, because they have no need to. They lost the character designer from the original and got a new one in this game, but there are a lot of designers for the series. So it's not like they didn't have anybody that didn't know how to draw Gumshoe and Phoenix. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded. Could be a setup, but let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, Val. Fine, I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. And this letter was sent by the victim? There it is, gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal. Huh? The handwriting checked it out. Of course, it's the victim's, no mistake. I see. Ha 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 ha. Score 1 for the boys. I didn't lose, I was just ascertaining the facts. Why am I so annoyed? But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. Not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. Oh, that would be murder. Yes, that would still be. That would make sense. I wonder if the standards would be different though if they were actually on the stand. I don't know. I have no idea. I thought it was just called assisted suicide. I didn't know there was a different name for it, at least not that I remembered. I guess you could call it Kevorkian. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First, we got this letter. It says, shoot, in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. What is that? Is that a single-shot pistol? Just grow a backbone and shoot the guy in the forehead with your single-shot pistol like you're supposed to, pal. Ha ha. So I know the victim was killed with a knife, but can you spell the word knife? Stupid. The flintlock. Yeah, this is dueling pistols at dawn shit. Why is Gumshoe so competitive? Now he's been embarrassed enough. Pro Zed's a silly bitch, isn't he? Dude's funny. It's an 1800s murder. It really is. Even cowboys generally had revolvers that had 6 shots to it. Yeah, he's got to step his game up or soon he's going to be making minimum wage. Which would still probably be about $15 in Japan for it. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seemed to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. Dude! Other than the fact that there's no blood anywhere, there's this, like, perfect hole. It almost looks like he's not really dead. They just, like, they painted the hole, like, made up the hole on his head, and he's not really dead. That was a hell of a cleanup job. There seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo, maybe there's something in there I can use. This saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? that the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's witness wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead, because he had a backbone. Oh, the defendant disagrees. The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make. What, and you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? The only thing that should have been shot, Your Honor, the clown. The clown doll? Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll? I mean, where do you want me to fucking start, Claver? Well, I haven't had to litigate anything in about a year now, but I will tell you, I will not feel the need to do that. Compassionate homicide, really? That's interesting. We do not have that, at least not in my state. Yeah, state by state thing. We can't go with 18th century forensics here. They thought any woman who could solve a math problem was a witch. Oh God, people were terrible. The only thing I would be kind of tempted to do would be to yell, "Hold it. Hold it!" He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Ah. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. Are you objecting to the judge ordering an investigation into the clown doll? I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Well, I mean, you used a double negative in the worst possible way, so I mean, he did not mean to not shoot the not victim dude, not the doll. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered. The letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure that the defendant didn't shoot the victim. What is up with all these fucking double negatives? So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad is it to see the novice's overconfidence? He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. I agree with that, Mike. Not from a legal standpoint, but from a moral standpoint. It is double negative day. I'll use double negatives, but like when I use it, I do it for like effect. She does. Haru did have a gigantic forehead. Take that. Hold it. Shove it up your butt. that would not be accepted very well. Though it would be hard to miss Apollo's forehead. All right. Have a good night, Beth. Take it easy. People hate on ain't and y'all, but they're both extremely useful pieces of parlance that everyone should be able to use without I use y'all all the time. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. But let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. These people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? Didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention. Read this letter carefully. You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. You compare the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zach and Valen's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zach and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on the stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? Kids love it. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Grammar stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here it is. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows. But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. But by the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. Might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of his own. It's kind of a stretch. Aha, intriguing point. Well made. No, it wasn't. Whoa. Not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. My grandchild will get a kick out of seeing this, but now it's time to return to our testimony. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. So if he shot the clown in the forehead, where would he have gotten another bullet to have readied the gun? Because it wasn't the defendant's gun. It's not like he carried a bullet with him. This is a flashback trial from 7 years ago, Mike. They're tying it into what's happening in what was happening in the trial in the present day. Gumshoe has an awareness issue. Yeah, that's true, Light. That is true. I don't know if that's going one step ahead, though, like too far ahead. Because that's definitely only a single shot pistol. That's the joke. Oh. Yep, I'm ahead of the game. What step does it want me to take first? He looks kind of old for 67. Look at this. It's like he's 80. Oh, whoops. So interesting to note, looks like a page had been torn from there. Which I'm assuming is this. Shows no signs of use. The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon, how? Quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Ah! If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yeah! That's not a contradiction, not even close. All you had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not easy to come by, you know. You claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started.
I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales.
An utter lack of humility. What's this? Seems the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, Head Detective, was just the warm-up act.
Uh,
Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready.
Ready for what?
For my decisive witness. Oh, God.
I'm not sure there's a more overused word in this series. I thought we were past it. It is quite refreshing to be on the attacking end instead of always on my back foot. My hair's thick, but there are more than a few grays up here. Which is not great at my age. But, say if you're an attorney, don't dye your hair. The more grays you have, the more experience you look, thus the more money you'll make. The more confidence you'll instill from clients. Well, my wife doesn't care, I don't give a shit. Give me that salt and pepper. Well, yeah, this is young and inexperienced Clavier. He'd better be on his back foot. The point is that the games prior to this were very poor in displaying what Phoenix's progression as a competent attorney should have been. Sure, you could have access to any old 22 bullet, but keep in mind this is more like Japan. So, just like guns, bullets are going to be just as hard to come by. So that the point of that still stands. But yeah, he wouldn't need like an oddly specific bullet. Yeah, if it's only been fired the one time, then he would have had to have shot both of them at the same time in one shot. And it means that he probably put the clown up in front of him, because it'd be a lot easier for the bullet to penetrate the clown and then go through the guy's head than for it to go through the guy's head and then through the clown. If Phoenix got this part in 2020, that would explain some things. Yeah, right? God, fuck 2020. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of preparation that goes into firing a gun like that. I feel that way, Roy.
The witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Oh. Well, can we pretend it's 2020 in our headcanon? Yeah, so I mean, if they manage to find a modern 22 bullet for a 22, they wouldn't need to like pump gunpowder in the pistol, as Nick pointed out. But again, I getting the bullet would still be difficult here. Like, it's not easy in Japan, and that's kind of what I think the games made reference to how rare it is to see a gun. This is American courts, you just be like, oh, a gun. Of course he had a gun. Duh.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say I expected nothing less.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually.
I do not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself.
That is never accurate for an attorney.
I was thinking of you, you know.
I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened?
Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy.
Speaking of which, where is she?
You have seen the problem yourself, the letter.
The one shot in the forehead. One, right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death.
Why not?
This is something I will not say, for now at least.
What's this for now business?
I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
We?
You wanted to know about the night of the incident?
Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting into the important stuff.
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time and found there upon his bedside 2 pistols.
2? Well.
Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valance.
Oh, for the Zach and Valance quick draw thing.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment.
You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him?
Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first.
Though there were other requests you couldn't refuse before.
To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought this pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnific coercing his disciples somehow? What was going on in Troop Grammary? Yeah, it sounds pretty fucked up, actually.
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him.
That sounded kind of like Beatrix's theme from Final Fantasy IX. I was only kind of listening to it, but that's the vibe it gave me.
Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I'd fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's forehead, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called?
Rifling marks.
Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me?
You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks?
Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened.
What? Magnific Grammary?
The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
No one else came to investigate a gunshot? How soundproof are these rooms? Height attractive. Yeah, he does look really fucking tall. Yeah, this whole thing just seems incredibly poorly planned. It's hospital in space. There's no sound. 6'9"? That is incredibly tall. Could slap you sitting down. This hospital is made by Monokuma. There you go. There you go. Well, I mean, then it was something like that was obviously going to happen. Well, yeah, they would have came at 11:30, right? Because that's when they were taking the IV out. In theory, they might not have ever came because of the gunshot wound. Or because of the gunshot sound, I should say. It's just odd to me that nobody, like, rushed to go check it out. Dilfs. There is no medium to transport it up. Light with the big brain. What did you talk about?
Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
Zach Gramery seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom.
Once again, I am in your hands.
Right. Let's get back in it. Let's get back in there. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. It's fucking what's his face, right? Being the other half of Troop Gramery's famous duo, Zach and Valent. Valent Gramery. So we get to meet the great, magnificent other disciple. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation? Oh God, I don't know what voice to give him now that he's not old. I gave him like a Connery before, but I gotta do a young Connery? I don't think I can do that. So what do you guys think? Mustache or no mustache? Yeah, it was Maki. He was able to successfully shoot him in the forehead and not dislocate his body. Chad voice? He does look like a fucking Chad, doesn't he? All right. Valent Grammar Magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait, that's the same letter Zach Gramery received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Oh my god, he looks horrendous from the back. Oh no. Oh, his life choices. Oh, his life choices. No. It's the man with the yellow hat. Kinda does look like Lucius Malfoy. That's one problem. Use my voice? Phoenix has my voice, though. And Apollo. How much could a person's voice change in 7 years? Well, funny that you bring that up. I was told that I sound significantly different from... Wait, who told me that? Who went back? Somebody went back and watched like our first video and mentioned that our voice sounded a lot like my voice sounded a lot different. That's 5 years. Looks like a banana. Exactly. Anytime you grow facial hair, your voice changes. Exactly. That's exactly what happens. Tara, yeah, yes, thank you. Yeah, so it can definitely happen. He killed Curious George, obviously, with that other bullet. Order. And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Grammar up to? By what you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Herr Forehead. Wait, did he say Herr Forehead? I just said it, like, impulsively. I didn't even look at what he... Herr Attorney? But from these letters, I say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there's a strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yes, this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason why they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gramery, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. Ha 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 ha! As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. It does slap. It's a good theme. I like his theme. A bold head. Hair, it said hair judge. I said hair forehead, like, I didn't even think about it. Yo, what's up, Chris? Oh yeah, the mic is, I mean, you're right, JB. The mic is definitely a big difference. Yeah, we're in a flashback case, Chris, like Chancellor said. That night, I visited the hotel room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions, yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. Why would you do that? So you were the one who reported the crime and shot the clown for some godforsaken reason? Indeed, I would think this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Ramery, is guilty. If it wasn't Zach Ramery, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. I guess you don't need a reason to shoot a clown. Phoenix Justice. Oh, I am Batman. Sarah is Sarah. I wish I was Nightwing. I just shot a clown for no reason. Therefore, I am cleared of all suspicion. Like, what? What? I did want to shoot Mo, yes. Yes. Probably would have shot my screen, my monitors, if I had a gun in front of me. Oh. He did not just shoot the clown, he shot the entire circus. Why would you like clowns? That's a great question. Let's get out of here. I've done the same. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed. In magic, timing is everything. Right. Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went at the... Yeah, wait. We're talking about this dude that didn't want to talk about a trick to save someone from being wrongly accused of murdering another person. But 7 years ago, he just kind of willy-nilly... Yeah, this is how it happened, without even thinking about it. You went at the designated time, and what did you see? But he is referring to his own trick, isn't he? Neat analogy, greater than Maki's life. Yep. So you weren't worried for your own safety and all at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It's forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about a loser's imagination? Was not expecting that line. How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. No. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. What? Why would the judge even... Okay. Oh my god.
Time to tip the scale.
He's pretty damn funny. Shiro Emiya, thank you for the sub. You have a 8 fan in the house? Oh, I see what you're saying, because he wasn't actually, like, a potential suspect. Sure, well, I agree, that's probably why, but the way him and Trucy make it seem like in that case is obviously bullshit. Oh god, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, arguably the best Star Trek. Oh man. I was having a discussion about In the Pale Moonlight today on Facebook. Oh. Magnificent. Magnificent episode. Obviously I won't say anything because I don't think you might not be there yet, but that's I'll just say it's a magnificent episode. The witness will refrain from pausing. Oh yeah, so that hilarious line. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. Yeah, it is really fucking good. It took me a long time to get into it too, because I hated the idea of watching a Star Trek that was like just based mostly in a space station. But a good friend of mine was like, dude, like, I know the type of storytelling you like. You're going to love DS9. And I'm like, all right, we'll see. But he was right. He was right. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you can refuse. So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zach couldn't? Because I have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't all so strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? So I had seen, my dad was big into Next Generation. So I watched that when I was a kid, when it was still on the air. And because I was familiar with Next Generation, I actually really liked the Next Generation. When Voyager started coming on the air, I would watch that because it would come on, it was like UPN or something. And that was like a great show to have on while I was like doing homework. And then Enterprise is released, and I'm just like, eh. I saw the opening for Enterprise, and I'm like, this is not what I want. But then I wasn't really into anything Star Trek related for a really long time until I then saw the first Star Trek, the Kelvin timeline reboot. And I really liked it. And it caused me to go back and watch the original series, which I still don't, not really a huge fan of the original series. But I also then rewatched Next Gen, Voyager, and Deep Space Nine then. right, later, Ryzen. That is very odd, Roy. I mean, it makes some people nervous. Some people won't be nervous. Just depends on the person. Yeah, even the judge had growth in addition to Phoenix, I guess. See, I don't like pretending that people are in their underwear because that's a lot of bodies I don't want to see. What show was that? Was that The Office? She's like, I think that's when Pam saw Michael naked, and she was like, when people say that if you're getting nervous, just imagine everyone else being naked, I would not suggest this strategy. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one of the victim and one of the clown. Saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach has said the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed the murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely... how many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valiant quick draw shoot 'em, correct? One for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? I see no problem with that statement. Only one pistol was visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Yo, what's up, Thomas? Quite the hot mess. Same, Light. Same. Yeah, there are some good episodes of the original series. I just don't... I'm not a fan of it as a whole, though. To me, there's a lot of... I won't even call them duds. I just watch them and I'm like, I just don't... This just isn't appealing to me. I don't know why. I imagine it'd be the exact opposite if I had seen the original series first, though, before I'd seen anything else. Yo, what's up, Nin? God. I'm so tired of those manscaping commercials. I'm really tempted to just go through the link and buy one just out of the 0.1% chance that I don't have to watch the commercials anymore. I know, you look at me and say, you could probably use some manscaping products, and you're right. Their products are probably really good. I just can't stand the ads. Nice, Chris. Nice. You stopped at the right time. Jar Jar's comment. I did not see it.
Mr. Anderson.
Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown. So you took the only pistol there and fired it? That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene. Good show. I see you too are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating this up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet? I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. A magician is always prepared, you see. Prepared for... One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has 7 doves in his pocket and a white rabbit up each sleeve. Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here. This bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important? I think it's got to be the double pistols that's important, right? Actually, let me ask something else. So you informed the police. What did you do then? What do you suppose I did? I used my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps? I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Now please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Vallant's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. I have a lot of indigestion problems. It is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both of Magnific's students received the same letter. Both admit to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnific. Time to find the cracks. Oh, God. Time to find the cracks in his testimony. Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room? Top a small bedside table it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull my trigger, shoot him. The victim clearly wanted to be shot. But why? Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang? Yet we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess. Location of the pistol all that important? I don't think so. Maybe? Not a murder weapon. There'd be no murder. It's very important, Your Honor. Very well, please add this detail to your testimony. I don't think... I'm pretty sure it had something to do with the 2 pistols. Okay. I think it's this, but I gotta figure out what they want me to present. The rifling mark, right? According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. And like the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Were the rifling marks... Because I don't know much about rifling marks. I just know the very basics of it. But would rifling marks from those 2 very similar guns have the same? Would they be the same? Or is every rifling mark like a snowflake? Well, what about what Mr. Vallon has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? They told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Vallon. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. Not the same. Okay. So yeah, the fact that there was the rifling mark, and he says he did shoot a gun. The only gun that was there was the gun that shot the old guy, Magnifi. So then if our client has the other gun that shot the clown, then looks pretty bad for Valens. Mr. Vallon, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order, order, order. Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Ooh, that's bad form. That's really bad form. Do you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? Yes. That was just this morning. I'm still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. The defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime. We would not be having this pleasant discussion now. No. It has nothing to do with... I mean, yeah, he should have released that. But that has nothing to do with your mistake. Valiant Gramery? Yes, Your Honor? You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. You'll see in time. Testimony so far has been merely a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Vaughn entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, Herr Wright, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well, the witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. That's a good question. He should have known that there were 2 pistols. Yeah, the reactions as a judge would definitely give me pause. As would his pauses. What, the silent generation? Some people would call it the greatest generation. Others, like me, would not. Is Keanu Reeves a boomer, or is he Gen X? Oh, the blonde judge is way more competent than this guy. I still hate Udgy. But I will say, I will admit, he has been much better this game than he had been the first 3 games, but that isn't saying much. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Possum. If I had known that it was going to be a Phoenix stream, I would have worn this, like, the normal suit. Oh, is that what they're caused by? Oh, well, I learned something. Gen 2077, buggy as shit. He's 56. I think he's a he's a Gen Xer then, because my mom's a Gen Xer and she's around the same age. So he wouldn't really be a boomer, other than like the slang term for just anyone who's old. I should clip and post as a part of the Twain Gets Wrecked series the first time I was ever called boomer. I had no idea it was a thing. And Smole called me a boomer in a Smash stream, and I almost lost my shit. I was not happy. Oh my god. I don't remember what stream that was, though. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. So if we're looking at the proof, why is the doctor not testifying to this? Objection, hearsay. Those times are rather close to, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain this situation here, Judge. I give him compliments for actually bringing that up, the problem there. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue the song, press the play button, it'll play for 2 minutes, 15 seconds. That's a really short song. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Magic is a word of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customary broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, right. Yep, and now we're back to stupidity, because he made some ridiculously convoluted argument. Suddenly I'm on, like, getting scrutinized harder. Yeah, that's dumb. The autopsy says between 11 and 11:30. It is odd that if... Well, I guess the doctor isn't the one that did the autopsy, in theory, at least. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what happened. That and apparently hearsay in Japan is a lot looser. From what I understand. So that's part of it too. Either way, it's from my perspective as an American attorney, it's utter garbage. You don't need expert testimony in Japan of Ford, you silly. Yeah, exactly. Yo, what's up, Super Boo? It was Dr. Hottie. Oh, God. Was it 50 in the 50s? I'll have to check. Thought you were talking about Left 4 Dead. I would want him to testify for the sake of entertainment. Maybe he is the doctor and just spoke in third person. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Alas, such a feat may be beyond even the great Valiant. For there was no one in that room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have here defendant Zach Gramery's sworn deposition. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. The time indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m. Exactly, which means the witness could not have entered that room before 11:15. Because his partner was still in the middle of his crime. Objection. Alleged crime. I see someone did their arithmetic homework. You see, the defendant himself was corroborating the witness's testimony. Does that all make sense? I don't see any problem with that testimony. You say so. Let's continue, shall we? If you say so. I guess. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. I don't want to fight anything yet until I know everything.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
Yo, Papa Agron, what's up, dude? Day Man, Professor Pie, Kink. How's it going? Zero Free, Daryl, Shadow Sly, Lightgazer. What's up, everybody? Oh yeah, I need to. Thank you so much to Papa for the raid. There is his the link to his YouTube channel. Make sure to go check him out. Throw him a sub for throwing the raid our way. I would greatly appreciate it. What were you playing tonight, Papa? Also, hello to Strife 2991. Thank you for coming in on the raid. Oh, Final Fantasy X, nice. Is it your first time playing the game? So hello to those that came in on Papa's raid. For those that don't know me, my name's Twain. We are in the middle of playing Apollo Justice, which is the 4th main installment in the Phoenix Wright series. I'm one of 4 people on this channel. The KY also streams, and the other 2 are more part of our Let's Plays, which we also
new on the channel. But most of the time, when you see a stream, it'll be me. I am a licensed attorney in the state of Wisconsin, so this is my sort of evaluation of this interesting legal system in this fictional world, how it compares to the U.S. system. Okay, gotcha. What's your? Then let me ask you this: what's your fave? What's your fave of Final Fantasy? 50. Go to fuck to sleep, Joker. Final Fantasy 9. See, I think Final Fantasy 9 is the best, but 7's my favorite. But if I'm asked to look objectively as possible at the games, I would say 9's the best. So I have no beef with your answer, sir. I need to give out credits for what? 40? 45, 50, 55. God. Okay. 950 plus what? 650? 1600? Is that right? Is that right, Trep? I think it's 1600. The art style to me is the thing I like about it the least. And in fact, I was not going to get into it because of the art style. I don't like that art style at all. But that just gives you an idea of how good that game is. I don't like the art style at all, and I still think it's fucking amazing. I have played the remake, yeah. Played it on, streamed it, in fact. I think that should be in there's probably a playlist. If you want to check out that. A lot of them for different reasons. Yeah, I mean, they're all good in their own way. I'm not sure. Trep might not be here, but all right. Just gonna do it. Oh no, I gave out. It should be 1,500. Well, everybody got an extra 100. Or I can get something to eat. Sounds good. How long have I been? It's 3:11. Yeah, we're gonna be cutting it at a pretty strict 4 hours here because I am getting super hungry. I haven't eaten since 4-ish, something like that. Two was just, I don't know. I think I need to give 2 another chance. I've only played it once. It's good, but I don't remember there being anything that like really caught my attention about it that stuck with me. All right, take it easy, Nick. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Man, Light trying to trigger over here. Nin said he likes snow. Must be talking about the weather, not the character.
Did the doctor say anything concerning the cause of death? Why, yes, I believe he screamed, "My God, he's been shot in the head!" Doesn't take a doctor to notice that. I believe I would have said much the same thing. I would have penned the requiem that arose in my soul at that horrid sight. Never happened a good old-fashioned investigation. In any case, I believe this is nothing more than what we have already learned. I'm still waiting for one of those right moments, Herr Attorney. May I remind you that baseless remarks will earn penalties. Proceed with that in mind. Yes, Your Honor. What a pain this is turning out to be. Okay. Let's back it up for a second, Light. We know the reason that it was difficult for Volpe was because Volpe took the Buster Sword at level 99 into Safer Sephiroth. After using Knights of the Round on Genova, absolute. So he made Safer Sephiroth as absolutely hard as he possibly could, and then like was using base weapons.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Yo, what's up, Raiders? Final Maki? Yep. Late night Minecraft? Nice. Let me drop your... It's just fine, alright. Alright guys, good. Make sure to go check out Final's YouTube channel. Final, I know, is a big Danganronpa fan too, so you'll get some of the similar playthroughs over there. Just love it when it's 8 a.m. for me when you stream. It's kind of weird to think about that for me. Like, for some people, they're watching like in the morning or like during the day. That's why we get. There's some international people that are like, yeah, I fucking love what time you stream. The time zone's great. And there's some others that are like, well, it's kind of in a really bad time for me because, you know, actually what fucks a lot of people over East Coasters because they're like, man, I'm already asleep. Dango bango. That makes sense. He has been stroking his chin for a while. I don't think he's thinking about stepping out on a limb to say he has some doubts about yeah, right? I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall when we heard earlier about the victim Magnifique Gramarie's schedule.
Every night at 11 o'clock, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now, look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end.
Ah, the needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
That seems... When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips.
Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely. IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began.
And so it was, when I, Valiant, entered that room, 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
That seem important?
very important. Well, seeing as how this is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. God. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. It's still very speculative, yeah. I much prefer his hair, the short hair. Yeah, but despite the ghost cases where a clock froze at the time of the crime. Yeah, pretty precise. West Close and still think, dang, that's a long night. Yeah, I mean, when you work from home, your schedule can get kind of wonky. Especially, again, when you're not really doing litigation anymore, so I don't have to worry about going to 8:30 hearings. Always done my best work at night anyways. So I stream, then get some work done, go to sleep, wake up, make food, get some more work done. It's kind of like breaking the workday in half, I think does a lot for my productivity. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm, did I spy, arose, drooping and wilted, its thorn the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. That IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Or lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. What? For it always without fail brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valiant won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, or the Magicians Alliance, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy a bust. Oh, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color? Yes, indeed, and that IV too, I say. I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valiant. That does seem to be the case, indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? No, it sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? don't see any problem with that testimony. You say so. Let's continue, shall we? The lucky color, isn't his lucky color yellow? But the IV is green. Or did I just misunderstand what he was saying? You entered that hospital room at 11:20 p.m. The time given by the defendant, Zach Gramery, was 11:05 p.m. You didn't run into him at the hospital that night? This is why I never perform with amateurs, you see. Huh? Picture, if you will, the nighttime hospital. Outside, only the pale light of the moon. If two dressed as we were to meet in such circumstances, I dare say that would ruin the mood completely. The mood isn't in question here. I believe the witness is saying they didn't meet, yeah? What is magic if not the study of beauty? Us meeting was not only out of the question, it was an impossibility. What is magic if not the study of how to make absolutely no sense at all? That said, is there a contradiction in there? Okay, so I gotta figure out where the contradiction is. An alibi over a matter of minutes. Precise is right. Impressing with impunity will earn me a nice penalty too. Better focus on one thing. This time of death. I mean, yellow people are very anxious. Yeah, that's what the color yellow generally represents. So, yes, they could very well kill. Jittery people make bad mistakes. The weird games of SpongeBob, I'd say he could kill. The IV will still drip even if the needle is knocked off the vein, but I mean, I guess I don't understand why it would stop dripping. Because isn't the reason that it drips the gravity? Why would the needle not being inside a dude's arm anymore cause that to suddenly not be a thing? What mechanism would cause that? All right, have a good night, Lime. Take it easy. Unless you use the side clamp, which is the on-off switch, it'll still drip. Which, like, nobody would have done. Well, I mean, the doctor wouldn't have done it. One of them would have had to have done it. Yeah. I thought that was weird. Oh, no. It only sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. They belong to me. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant has told us? Like, it looked like it was deliberately removed based on its placement. As opposed to it shook out due to the force. It is, but I always... Obviously, for somebody like me, that's a little harder to deal with. Probably not. Yeah, I don't think this is it. Because, like, just shows where it stopped. I mean, this is weird, but I don't think this actually... Oh, my stomach. It's a rumbling. This had to have been written after Zach left. If Zach talked to him for 10 minutes, then he would know that what's-his-face was going to be there. Valiant was going to be there in less than 10 minutes. I don't think this helps me at all. Yeah, I don't think this is the I don't think this is the spot. I thought I'd just try something to get to a different, so that we could try a different spot if it didn't work. Wait a second. My old neighborhood has that problem too. Bike thefts, car thefts, sucks. We had our bike stolen once when I was younger. Problem with the syringe is that it doesn't show any signs of having been used. Oh! Okay, so I misunderstood. I thought he was just saying like so he's saying that when he saw the So I was right the first time and then I thought I was wrong. He saw the IV as yellow, which it obviously isn't. It's green. I thought he was just making some dumb fucking like metaphor like, oh, it was the color of luck for me, but it wasn't like he wasn't referring it to specifically as yellow. But yeah, that makes sense. So I was right and I should have pursued that. So then it has to be the syringe because it's green. And he must have washed it after using whatever was in there. Although, I will say, the thing that kind of throws me off about that is how much did he grab? I mean, I guess he could have kept refilling it and pumping it in until... Wait a goddamn minute, though. Okay. If the IV was yellow... Wouldn't the doctor have noticed that it was a significantly different color? And had been like, huh, well, this isn't an IV at all. I wonder why. I think it has to be either the syringe or the photo. I'm just... That's very strange. Crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene. All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear cut simply. Tell us, Herr Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness testimony? Valiant Gramarye, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, it's not great in general, but yes. In addition to that, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Look at that IV bag. Ugh. What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alakazano! Order, order, order. What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake. What is a mistake? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valiant Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. And to think you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance, the IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. No, that's just actually green. I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? Bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like I want to say, light blue? Precisely. Figured it out yet? The yellow liquid in a blue bag, and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. The explanation does have a ring of truth to it, except for the fucking fact that he said he saw yellow. As I thought, there's no substitution for experienced Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave, for you that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about that, didn't you? Oh god, now Phoenix is being a prick. Ugh. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. The scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Cause, oh my god! No, Entra. There's some things that are similar, like you use objections and stuff like that. You have cross-examinations, but it generally does not work in the way that the game presents it. Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid is yellow because... It's one of these two. I don't think I'm... They're worded very weird. Like, they're not worded weirdly, but this is not how I would explain it, so it's a little confusing. What I'm guessing he's getting at is that he knew the color of the IV liquid because he was able to do something to manipulate the levels of the IV. So thus he knew what the color was. But is it because he'd seen it before? Or because he knew the IV liquid's color? I think it's this one. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in this photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. So you could have picked either one of those, right? You literally said both things in the same explanation. Why just not give us two options then, instead of throwing in a weird thing? Okay. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what it all means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. It happened like 5 minutes ago. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know, an hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, these are the days of our lives. The IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight here, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now, wait, I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself assail to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. It's because it's easier to access water. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite, I would agree with that. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have had some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Oh, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valiant Grammary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All you had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was this. The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. Easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Grammary, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. That Kazog! No, Restream bot isn't broken. I did that purposefully. Just because YouTube generally is filled with more chatter anyways. And the YouTubers can see, and because there's just less Twitch comments in general, they'll be able to see what people on Twitch are saying by looking at the overlay. Alright, have a good one, Sarah. Thanks for hanging. Meat on the bone. It's not Ace Attorney if you're not stressing over choice nuances. That is correct. That is correct. We're not wrong. There are also times where all three options are correct. Then what's the point? Like, I just don't get it. Just have the conversation continue then. Because the player's not doing anything in that case. Colloquially called banana bag. Don't know if it's coincidence or research, but it's somewhat common in terminal cases to treat magnesium deficiency. I did not know it was called a banana bag. Or my wife called that. Wonder if she has.
What happened if someone smuggled an animal into a courtroom? They'd be kicked out. Animal would be removed. Not like they'd kill the animal or something. No, the next Phoenix Wright game we're gonna play is Phoenix Wright game is gonna be Investigations 1 and 2, then Dual Destinies. Nah, see, I disagree. I think you, like, sure, it makes sense to give options, but you can do that while making some answers wrong to make them think about it. It is worthless to give me all correct answers. There's no challenge there. The human smuggled in another human. Yeah, they probably would. If that other human's not supposed to be there. I do believe, well, this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven, and that brings our trial to a close for today. Oh, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. Do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Court is... Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so efficiently. A word to the wise: underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit, after all, why linger in the past and the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim Magnifi Gramarye's diary. Oh, here we go. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. Story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. Seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Deadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? This does appear to have been written just before his death. The court accepts this into evidence. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long, that depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gramarye. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Gramarye intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramarye didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on, it seems, because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramarye. Okay, but there's very clearly a page ripped out, so that you can't. Oh God, Order, 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 Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnificrammery wrote this? There's no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, it does not plainly, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grammery. Well, how do you like me now, Herite? How do you like me now? Still too green for your taste? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. The diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassments. Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I'd hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... Man, that sucks. So, what happens is that Clavier's brother, Christoph, missions a copy of forgery of an extra page of the diary. Phoenix, it's given to Phoenix. Phoenix doesn't realize that it's a forgery and he uses it. I'm assuming that's what ends up happening. And then he's found out. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. Well, you're a fucking idiot then. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alec, I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnificrammery. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. Perfect match with the torn remains of the last page of Magnifi's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammery left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Grammery. No! No! The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt the genuine article. Look at this page-ograph. He is not. Hello, Miro. How's it going? The judge is an idiot. I'm guessing that's the forged evidence. Yeah, I don't know if Claver knew that this was something his brother set up or what, but it does seem like he might have an indication. Because, like, he even mentions, how do you not notice such an obvious problem? Oh, yeah, I agree. Phoenix just using it without verifying it a little better than that that's on Phoenix. He needs to be, needs to do more due diligence than that. He just was given that piece of evidence. He's like, hey! When brothers on opposing sides cause a conflict? I mean, not necessarily. Yeah, I think Phoenix is being set up. Yeah, exactly. That he knows nothing about. Why did I think Kristoff immediately? Because in the first chapter, doesn't Kristoff make reference to it being payback or something like that? And it seemed like there was some animosity there, and Kristoff seemed to imply that Phoenix blamed him for what happened. That, and then she looked at Claver when asked about who did the forgery, who commissioned the forgery, and then said the devil. After looking at Claver, I'm assuming she saw him and thought of Kristoff, because I don't see Claver doing that. It could be Claver, but given what happened, the context of chapter 1, I think it was Kristoff. Oh yeah, they'd certainly get in trouble. Because if nothing else, like I was saying before, like Adamski was saying, Phoenix needed to do a better job of trying to verify that evidence, and he did not. So yeah, you would be blamed for it. Right, but like was mentioned before, at least he got that suspicious evidence from mostly reliable sources. He just got it from some random stranger he didn't really even know this time. I don't. Ed, what evidence? What evidence are you talking about? Order, order, order. But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that. Finally, you just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. If you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyways. No! No! Phoenix fell into the same trap that all of his preceding rivals and adversaries fell into when they got too overconfident and arrogant, and he's just like, please, Your Honor, please let me do this. And the judge gives some amount of discretion to the other side. They're just like, oh, well, he's going to lose anyway, so why not? Let him have his fun. And then inevitably, he gets dunked. So it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well, and you are the witness, I gather? And that is where we end for the night. We get to talk to Drew Measham, who I'm almost positive I'm going to give a Bob Ross voice to. His eyes are solid black. They're a little concerning. All right, don't worry. We'll be back Tuesday for more of this, so not very long for you to wait. It looks like he slept on the one side of his head consistently, and that's the only place he's laid his head for like a dozen years, and then never did anything about it. He does see through our souls. We'll have to give this man a voice next time on Dragon Ball Z. Alright, I would try to raid somebody, but I'm fucking starving, so I kind of just want to go eat. So apologies for the lack of etiquette, but I need to go fucking eat. So we'll be back Tuesday to see just how Phoenix gets dunked, because we know what's going to happen. And then we'll see if we get back to the current, the present day trial as well. So I think Trep said he expected at least 3 to 4 more streams. So I'm guessing we'll have Tuesdays to finish out this part, then get back to the present trial, and then the next week finish out the present trial. That'll be how I assume this goes down. So, and then Ultra Despair Girls. I shall. All right, everyone. You have a great night. Thank you to Final and Papa for the raids, and Lugia. Lugia. Final. Make sure to go check them out. Thank you so much for everybody that came, watched, lurked, chatted, subbed, followed. Thank you to Keith for the $4.99 dono. Much appreciated. And yeah, hope y'all see you guys on Tuesday. So until next time, everyone. Take it easy. Oh. Damn. Okay. No, I can't do it now, but I'll do it next time. I have an idea. I have an outro idea. All right. See you next time.